Oh, we're going for 8 hours tonight, right?
Hey,
9?
we can.
We can go 10.
We can go 10. Yeah, what's our record?
What is our record? I think it's over 8. It has to be the final Disco Elysium episode, right? Like, it has to be the final fucking Disco Elysium episode. We've never done some like all day stream thing, but I don't even know if I'd want to count that. There's definitely been days where we've had streams that went pretty long, but were like cut in half. You know, like maybe the any of like the Destiny streams that we did.
Right.
Like I think maybe the Crota's End stream was like 8 something hours, but I wouldn't really count that because that was just us playing Destiny, right?
Yeah.
It's not really like that's not our like our standard fare. But you know, I think I have a 9-hour Elden Ring stream. Like original Elden Ring.
Mm-hmm.
I think I have a stream that went 9 hours. I just sat there for 9 fucking hours straight with no one else with me or something. Or maybe you guys were jumping in and out. I don't know. That I would believe also. But for something like this, I think Disco Elysium has the longest. We get close to 6 hours pretty often. You know, we'll go like 5.5 or something. But once you hit 6, it's like... It starts hurting at that point. Especially in something like this.
Shit. We had a 6.5 hour stream for Final Fantasy.
For Rebirth?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd believe that. That game's
It was
stupid.
the second to last one. Our last one wasn't even 3 hours, but the second to last one was 6.5.
Yeah, because that was no, I remember this because it was like
it was the one where you fought Gilgamesh, and it was just like, oh boy.
Yeah, and then we got into the Temple of Eternity, and we were just like, oh my fucking god, hurry up! It just kept going and going and going.
Oh, we had a 7-hour, 14-minute stream to end Yakuza. Oh.
Did we really?
Yeah, looking at it.
Yeah, I feel like those ones aren't too bad because they play themselves.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have to do much, but like, I think the final Phoenix Wright of Trials and Tribulations, I think that was 7 hours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, VLR was almost 7 hours. The one that was the part 1 of part 2.
Yeah. No, yeah. A lot of the finales end up being that long. Because it's like, well, we gotta finish it within like an episode.
Mm-hmm.
And we're like committing to it.
Yeah, because it's like
Funny how often that happens.
Yeah.
Because I think in the case of FF7, like Rebirth, if I knew the Temple of Eternity was gonna be 5 hours long, I would stop in the middle of it. But you don't know how long it's gonna be. I don't know. The PlayStation 5 would tell you how long it is, actually.
Yeah.
Oh man, it was really funny. So during the SMT5 streams, when you get to Taito, and you like go to the main menu and on the PS5, it always just tells you like how close you are to the end of a game, or like how long the section you're in is.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think is like both a good idea and a fucking horrible, lifeless idea. Because I hate numbers. Numbers remove life from things.
Yes.
Numbers are the opposite of innocence. And when we get to Taito, though, despite being in Taito for 3 streams of like 15 hours, it just said you're 93% of the way through the game. It just for 15 hours, you're 93% of the way through the game. Which is really funny. Fucking open world games. Anyway, we're gonna be in London now, presumably. Episode 3. Episode 2 was kind of whack, but I get it. I really do get it. We have to get from Japan to London. And it's not exciting if we just get there and nothing goes wrong. So I understand why they wanted to do the second case the way they did. It was way too long. It was just way too long, and unfortunately, as of right now, I feel like we've been inside a Let me check my Steam hour count here. 16-hour tutorial. Which is kind of rough.
I agree.
Because it was, here's your tutorial for the courts. Here's your tutorial for the investigations. Go. And it's like, but hopefully now it's,
hopefully
we're off to the
full
races.
send. Yeah, the gloves are off.
We're in London.
The training wheels are also off.
We're powered up. We have Katana named Kurama. Friend's dead. Waifu acquired.
I got a cup of tea.
Came around on Sholmes. He was merely I'm gonna say it. He was merely pretending to be retarded. I don't know what was up with the dancing around sections with him. I was doing it on purpose so that you would get it right, I guess. I don't know, here we go. Adventures of the Runaway Room.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself.
How many are we talking here? Like 6?
However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Wow.
They held hands.
Is this really just a railway station?
Why does he sound like that?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
Why does she sound like that?
And look at all the steam locomotives.
Why did they do
The
this?
country is incredible.
You can't fool me.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose.
I just thought he was gonna steal it.
Students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
Pretty cool. Whoa.
Hey,
That's a date we know.
that's a date I know.
All right.
Yeah, I think I heard somebody say that the people voicing Ryunosuke and Sussy are native Japanese speakers speaking British English.
Cool. That
Yeah,
cool.
But they sound kind
fine.
of weird. Is that it's like they're
Fine.
Japanese people, and like, because like it's funny
That's
to think
neat.
about
It's very
that. It's
neat.
like if you like it because there are different like English accents, right?
Yeah.
That like like you could just learn English in a certain accent, and that would just be the way you would speak English, right?
It's true.
Like I think
It's true.
I want to say the girls actually knew someone, or like one of the teachers they knew in Japan or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like spoke in like a South African accent, because that's just who they learned English from.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Huh. All right. The 18th of February, 9:21 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Go back to your other outfits. They look cooler. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. There's some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders and stopped having them be closed to the outside world. An authentic example like this is quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. Those are the open death cogs. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time. If circumstances were different, we were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity, as envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So we'd have to return to Japan. We want to remain here in Great Britain. I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes. Which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here. To have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Alright. Is this gonna be Gant? This is the Gant motherfucker I saw in the box art.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he looks pretty cool here. Oh. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. Man, you better get that Irish accent ready again.
Okay, I'll start practicing.
Yeah, like, don't worry about it now. I'm sure he's gonna have in a court case, but it's like, it'll be hilarious.
Yeah, I'll
the Supreme Justice of England. Well, actually, I don't know. I don't know the history of England. When did they ever? I just assume Ireland broke off from them at some point, or was it always?
I'm actually not sure myself, because obviously I know Northern Ireland is a part of the United Kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if the southern part of Ireland got independence from England.
Yeah. I'm curious how that works, because obviously London just kind of owned a lot of the world at some point, and presumably they owned their landmass before it was separated into different countries.
Yeah, Ireland gained independence from the United Kingdom in 1921. So.
Oh.
Yes. It was actually recent history.
That is pretty recent then. Interesting.
So at this point in
this could just be an Irishman, a future Irishman born in that region and has an Irish accent. All right, so it's holistic then if we do that. That's fine. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. Seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. Huh.
Yeah, Jameson Price has character.
No, I immediately was like, Jameson Price voice, I see, yes. How fortunate. Strong art. So, introductions. I am Male Strongheart.
His name's just Male.
Male.
As if you needed a reminder.
Nah, he's the Maelstrom. He is the storm. Male Strongheart. Male. Maelstrom. Like, I have to believe this is Maelstrom.
You Male!
Curse you, Male! I am Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't be a mouse. How'd you know that? Oh, It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Yes, thank you. Hey, check this out.
We
got an armband. An armband I inherited from Kazuma. It identifies the wearer as a defense lawyer throughout the Empire of Japan. Smart.
There it is. Kazuma.
The lawyer's name is embroidered on the inside here. Look. Kazuma Asogi. This was his band, of course. He had his heart set on this study tour in Great Britain. I'm sure he would have found the truth he longed for here. But he lost his life before he even had the chance to see the place. I have such a strong sense of hopes and dreams when I look at his armband, though. These are the scales of justice. They're a symbol of the defense, aren't they? Yes, that's right. The scales are a symbol of fairness, to show that all are treated equally in the eyes of the law. And they're a warning to those who enter the courtroom without an impartial mind. But if they're the mark of the defense, it would be more auspicious if they were weighing more heavily on the not guilty side, I think. Very impartial, I'm sure. Hey, check this out. Lord Strongheart, may I show you this? Accept this item, issue a receipt, examine it thoroughly, and make a formal statement of my findings. It requires something in the region of 24 seconds of my time. Sorry? Does the item warrant 24 seconds of my time, Mr. Naruhodo? Let's leave it for now.
He's big.
He's very big. Look at these menacing metal giants facing each other across the room. I believe they're suits of armor. Oh, right. I thought maybe they were like the lion dogs we have in Japan guarding shrine gates. No, not at all. In fact, in Europe, suits of armor like these are always possessed by evil spirits, you know. And they roam around in the middle of the night. Really? Is there nothing you don't know, Miss Susato? This book tells me everything I need to know about everything. If you're ever unsure, just ask. Where did she get that incredible tome?
Oh, I suppose speaking of the box art too.
Yeah.
I'm going with that little girl is gonna be the Watson character because I'm seeing Wilson died. It's just gonna be his granddaughter or something.
Mm-hmm. Just look at all these naughty books packed together on these shelves. They go from floor to ceiling. And they're all books that you couldn't hope to come by in Japan. It's like a dream. Yeah, a very bad dream.
I thought he said based for a second.
You're seeing things. They're not all about British law either. There are books about judicial systems of other Western nations. France, Germany, Spain, Holland. What about Russia? Why do you ask? Why do you think? I was wondering about asking the Lord Chief Justice how you say wardrobe in Russian. What do you think? I think perhaps it's a thought best abandoned. Is this some kind of clock? Actually, I think we might be inside some sort of giant clock. Those gears are larger than anything you'd find on a steam locomotive even. It's eerie. You think clocks are some sort of hobby of his? Lord Chief Justice, I mean. Well, boys do enjoy fiddling around with machines, don't they? I'm not sure you could fiddle with cogs that size, and I'm certain you couldn't call him a boy. Still, it's amazing how little noise the cogs make, considering how large they are. There's actually something quite soothing about their precise rhythm.
Lord Mail of the Legal Clock Tower.
This must be the Lord Chief Justice's desk. I believe it's made of marble. Wow. It looks more like an over-the-top tombstone that's toppled over to me. I think that's your fanciful imagination at work again, Mr. Naruhodo. It feels like everything that's normally made of wood and paper at home. Made of bricks and stone here. I know. That's why this place feels so overbearing, I'm sure. Huh, weird.
Cool.
Uh,
Oh my god.
London. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, help! I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh. We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say, I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water, and gas, and even cables supplying electricity. He's got a cane. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh, yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming Great Exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Great Exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history. It will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Law student.
True, by the way.
What?
Britain had so much of the world that literally the sun never set on the Empire.
Right.
It's always daytime somewhere in Britain. Yeah.
Lord Chief Justice. I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? I don't remember. Absolutely. A Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report of the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. Its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news. Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me that you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo. This is it then. The moment of truth. Shits himself. Continuing the study tour. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Asogi. At least that's what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo, I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I gonna say? Right, bad end, instantly. If there's someone else here from Japan who could just be described as a lawyer, it's me! It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, apart from, you know, all my actual accomplishments that have led me to this point, but... No qualifications, you say. And yet you still claim to be a lawyer. I've acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Cosma to help me, and I was the accused, but glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great... Sorry, the J in journey just made me want to say Japan. That's funny. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Buria. Voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on the study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set to me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please! Yeah, fuck it. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes. You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? So, what form will the test take exactly? I don't know, fuck. Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. What do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, Let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet. So this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? What's new? What's new? This is, you're at your best like this, man. You don't need prep time. If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say, just stare into their souls and know.
What could be shrimpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Well,
Homicide.
could I ask what sort of trial it is, Lord Strongheart? Death. Yes, good question. Ah, I remember. Homicide.
Murder.
It's always a murder. Those are the best kind.
I'm here to talk about murder.
It's a murder trial. Murder! An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law? We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you?
No.
No, I can't actually. You're right. I've been corrupt for too long in this country. I've seen you've cured me of my ways. I've seen the light and will do better. I will accept any punishment. Game and then it just fades to black. Wait, what did he say? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. Just win, Lamau. You tell me they weren't just killing people in Japan in the 1900s, also in the court system?
I mean, I think they were like implying that there wasn't even a court system. They just killed people.
Wow, there's procedure to killing the guy? Jeez. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. You want me to take you seriously. You need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. You say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? Fuck yeah. I'll do it. All right then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision-making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. Right, so while he looks like Gant, he's got Von Karma's timer.
Yeah.
Scary. So, as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Did I click the wrong thing? I'll do it. I can't. Okay, no, he stuttered. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Mr. Sato. But what could I do? It's alright. I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Miss Susato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable. And I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test. Some kind of experiment. Lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No. I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait! Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful! But that is the truth! Why does it have to be like this? They don't have any fucking lawyers. Please don't expect an answer to every question. You see, I'm incredibly corrupt. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you! I'm really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. And I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. Just show up and tell them I told you it's fine. It's cool. He's gone. The Old Bailey. If we're gonna do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Miss Susato, can I just ask you something? Careful. From this position, I can perform a Susato takedown in an instant. I know. Mr. Naruhodo, you heard Lord Strongheart. The trial starts imminently. If I need to throw you, I will. You know, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. If you need to ask me anything, it had better wait until we're at the Old Bailey.
The Old Bailey.
London's highest criminal court with an illustrious past. The Old Bailey. This is where I'm to take my test and prove my worthiness as a lawyer. If we hurry and catch a cab, we may just make it to the courthouse in time.
Yardy.
The British bailiffs. They just let us in. Oh, thank goodness we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver. And there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Sherlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were gonna die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yeah, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. Is it us again?
Wait, oh, you got a license to be a lawyer, bruv. No.
No, but the guy said I could show up and do it. Well, all right then. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you all right, Mr. Naruhodo? I feel intense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. Feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir. Oh, God.
Oh my god.
It's a British guy. Oh, whoops. Dude, ever since I got this new mouse, because my other mouse's left click died, I keep like accidentally hitting the right click. Just like the way that my hand rests, I want to like put weight on it, I guess. Last court record. It's a British guy.
Fucking Willy Wonka.
Yeah, top of the morning to you, madam, sir. What are yous doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? Well, I guess you're gonna have to do the Irish accent early. Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do yous need? No, we're just here because... Explain, fella. Actually, what accent do we want to do for this guy?
I believe he's speaking in an Irish accent.
Yeah, it's probably Irish for sure.
Like the top of the morning.
But he said use. I think of like the goon voice. When I see how much do yous need? And
it's just like how much do you need?
Yeah, it's alright. No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all while in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet. No. 'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Mr. Sato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? 'Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Wait. Sorry, wait, what did he say? Enough funds to weather a rainy day. Okay. Okay. Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ow.
Put on your 3D glasses. Turn on the DS's 3D effect.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, that's totally what that was. Fuck. Fuck. Ah! That hit me in the eye. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you, no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about the thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Bluster and blazes, do yous? Do yous not know who I am? Me? One of London's biggest names? Dude, they're Japanese. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? No, sorry. We've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. Suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park there, in the center of London, is another beautiful park. Sorry,
what, Jekyll Park?
A park? What?
Okay.
It is called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. An entire park? In central London. A city of smiles. That's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its square old people. Magnus McGilded. Nothing too crazy about this name at a glance. He's grand and he's got jewelry.
Yeah.
Purple and yellow. Very royal looking. Okay.
That's gold.
It's not lustrous enough. Maybe his hat. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. But now they've the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask ya? All right, don't pass out. I'm trying, dude. Mr. Naruhodo, perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft Egypt? Egypt? Yeah, you daft Egypt. What was I after saying, you daft Egypt? What was I after saying, you daft Egypt? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This Chancellor of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well? Well... No? Not at all. Although it is a little strange, to be honest.
That is what I was thinking.
Yeah, we gotta be nice to him. Why you don't have a lawyer? I mean... That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry, did he just say Reaper? Aye. The Grim Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Barock von Zeeks. He's the prosecutor. If that's my right, it's my fucking... My heavy-ass middle finger. Skipping the dialogue. Aye.
Should get that thing removed.
The Grim Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Barock von Zeeks. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When von Zeeks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So, it's reached the desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness. Lord Barock von Zeeks. Barock. Lord Barock van Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor, then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? Oi, the defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. Trial's about to begin. His counsel? That would be me! Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here. I'd made up me mind, so I had... Sorry? I decided to have defend myself in there. Look at him scrunch his face. How would that have worked? I would have paid off everyone. Yeah. But then you made an appearance. A student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now. Please. I literally know nothing about the case. Or this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo. The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes. Something that Cosmo would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense? What are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you'll lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this.
Here we go. Whoa.
Sending out the call in Discord. It's trial time. Voice things, you fucks. Right. The other mechanic of this game that's about to show up. That's probably more for flair, but we're about to have we're gonna have a jury. Which means there's gonna be like 10 fucking clowns in here.
Oh.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy looking though. Yep. Oh god. There's Nick. Oh god, I forgot about the fucking jury. This game's going to actually kill us.
Oh god.
Oh my god, we're gonna have to do so many.
That's three. That's what, 3 extra voices?
6!
6?
6!
Oh god. Okay, let me make sure I have my water.
Alright.
yourself.
So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels so imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? He's still doing this? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. No, but I just can't help it. Is it just oh my fucking god. Alright. Who judge?
Oh man, that's a big one.
Here, I'll.
Yeah, you're a pretty good standard judge at this point.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen.
Oh, don't do this to yourself.
Yeah, I'll just do it.
Oh my god, like it's a great voice, but don't do that to yourself. You'll burn out. Your body can't take it. Oh my god. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen. Oh, okay, go.
Here, I'll try
If you think you can do it, I'm not gonna stop you.
I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
Who wants it?
Yeah. The prosecution is fully prepared.
That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld.
Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English?
Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. He's huge.
Those eyes
He's-
please me. Nipponese.
I should have all my descendants become fully Japanese in the future. In a mere century, I will have destroyed all my English blood to create the strongest human being in the world. No, like this is the weird thing suddenly where it's like, wait, why is Edgeworth British here? We always knew he was like wannabe British because of On Karma and stuff, but
They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb.
A cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes. Why am I so turned on?
Now, Mr. McGilded.
How's your
That's
Irish
Irish,
accent?
by the way.
He's Irish?
Yeah,
Oh.
I can keep doing this. I kind of had it down. Yes, my lord.
You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner?
As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young, even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and to yeself, and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that acts of chivalry to the great British Empire proud. I'd like to think that acts of chivalry, do the great British Empire proud. Oh, what a fine gentleman London has in him. Oh, did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Wow. Mother, please, may we go and play in McGilded Park? It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news. And he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him.
Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you, 6 members of the public, have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed?
Gosh, I wonder which one's gonna cause us problems.
I wonder which one's the killer.
Yeah, which one's the killer and which one...
The guy flipping the knife, definitely a great dude.
Yeah, I'm sure he's gonna be our best friend by the end of this.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, no,
the girl there in the middle.
Yeah.
Not her, the little girl, the younger girl.
The maid.
Calling it now. That's Wendy Oldbag.
Like actual Windy Oldbag.
Yeah, because she's 120, so this is her at 20.
That would be the greatest. That would be the greatest pull they could do in these games. Is if Windy Oldbag was actually an immortal British woman. Oh my god. This guy looks like he's not gonna talk a lot. Oh, I don't know. No, you're gonna be able. You're gonna be able to tell from the texture quality on their eyes if they're important or not. Oh yeah, yes, my lord. If the task to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. Oh no, they all kind of look a little. See, I don't know how much they're gonna talk. Is the thing.
Yeah.
The manner his lordship always says, we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. You want this guy, Nick? You think he got something for this guy? This guy's. I bet this guy's gonna talk. Just anything that you've never done one of these before, right?
I've never done one of these before.
All right, no pressure. You can talk normally if you want, and just whatever comes naturally is gonna sound the best. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, I'm trying to like search my pockets for what voice would be. Where do I want to take it?
Yeah, no, it's like you just start. You'll fall into it. Is really the best thing to do. Like in the last one, it's like I didn't know how to do a Russian accent, and it still wasn't great by the end. But it was like I figured it out at some point. Yeah. And it'll just come naturally usually.
Yeah, because especially like we don't know these people's personalities yet.
Yeah, no.
And like
they'll animate and whatnot, but
yeah.
I would just read normally for the time being, kind of like enunciate on the things that make sense. Where it's like, ha! Any criminal here will be soon wishing they never set eyes on me. It's like you only have to do something like that.
I almost went with dumb voice for a second.
Dumb voice is fine too.
That like was a little too dumb for this character, but I'll just. Wow. Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me.
How about you just don't even talk? Great.
Yeah, great,
Perfect.
great.
Perfect.
He's gonna be drunk. Cool. Oh no, my reindeers! I'll just be getting on with my knitting! I must finish these bits for my grandson! Dies. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, those people are... the jury. Yes, the dumbest people on the planet. The greatest fault of our judicial system. That's something we don't have in Japan yet and won't have until Apollo Justice.
Until 2020.
And then it gets kind of weird. It gets like really weird actually, but whatever. They use like computers and shit. I don't know. That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly did the jurors give their verdict? That, I don't know, but... I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yeah, yeah, hopefully.
Prosecutor Van Zeeks. My lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame.
I was shot in the shoulder.
I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity.
All right, guesses on the ages.
Okay,
It's all been thrown off.
Okay, so male strong heart. He's
Yeah.
like
He's gonna be.
he's like 23.
He's like 23. I'm gonna
No,
say.
I'm going 45.
I'll go
36.
I'll swing in the other direction. I'll say he's 50.
Okay.
52.
52.
All right.
Okay.
This guy, I don't know. This guy's probably 50 also.
Yeah, I'm sure.
42.
Yeah, 40 to 50 probably. 48.
48.
Yeah, depends.
I'm going 35 for Barock here.
You think 35? You think they'll go that old for him? I'm gonna guess he's.
Sherlock's 34. This guy's got to
Yeah.
be 35.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess. I'm going with 29. That 29 threw us off last time. I'm going with 29. Any guesses, Nick?
I was gonna say 26.
32.
32.
All right. Prosecutor known as the Reaper of the Bailey, supposedly the soul of those he prosecutes are eternally damned one way or another.
So he soft retired at 27, and is back now.
Yeah.
So he was out of law school for like 2 years.
Because his soulmate showed up to to Britain.
So, what brings you back?
I'm racist, Your Honor.
Is there some change of circumcision of which the court should be aware?
We've not made that illegal yet for some reason.
I leave that to your imagination, my lord.
Oh, good, yeah, Mysterious as always, you fucking freak, I love you! So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. I like how the arm pan falls a little bit. Oh, why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. Just because he's super fucking hot.
And a vampire.
And a vampire and has never lost once in his life. Don't lose yourself.
As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please.
Alright.
Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity, or shrimplicity.
Shrimp are involved? Okay. Do they have rice here? I don't think they fry that. We must be the only ones in here who aren't aware.
You're telling me a shrimp beaned these toasts?
The incident took place in the late evening 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks, known in the community as thrice fried.
Holy shit!
No, it's almost.
A well-known shrimp in these parts.
Fuck, man.
You're telling me a Mason thrice fried this?
You're telling me a Mason fried these bricks? Thrice fired.
Like thrice fried Mason.
Like rice is in the word thrice.
Yeah, like it's
The rice fried Mason. Okay, great. Right. Next stream title. All right, moving on.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thrice? They're talking about it still. The joke's coming.
He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible.
I thought he lost his job 3 times. Damn. He looks so at peace.
The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death.
Rookie move, guy who's never lost. Never assume the obvious when I'm around.
He doesn't know I have the updated autopsy report.
Hey, look, the autopsy report.
Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence.
The autopsy report has been entered into the court record. Okay. A photograph of the victim taken on the omnibus. The knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but his face is partly obscured from view by an old crooked hat. Odd thing to note.
And one further item of evidence.
Rice fired Mason
The
male,
rice-fried man.
50 for brickmaker. Time and cause of death 3 days ago between 10 and 11 p.m. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife whilst journeying in an omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Doubt.
Checks out.
Doubt. And one further item of evidence.
The prosecution wishes to submit these as well.
If the glove don't fit, you
Dude, I was thinking the same
quit.
thing, Nick. Like, and these are. Good lord! Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. Those gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested.
What? Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them? Everyone shut up.
Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well.
The defendant's leather gloves have been entered into the court record. The leather gloves the defendant was wearing at the time of the incident. There was a blood stain on the right glove. How did I get into this? Yep. It's blood. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. No. By the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Ah, pity. If only he had been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. I'm backed into a corner before I've even started.
Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time.
Only 2?
Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Well, rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Defendant, what say you?
He didn't do it. Well, of course I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded! Be sure I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it.
Are you claiming to have been asleep?
It's the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilton, so it is. When I opened my eyes again, it was a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in me life. Well, our defendant's at least helping us for once.
Yes, not being like, I did it was me!
Now, I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand.
So the gloves are his.
Yep.
Fair enough.
No, I had good stance to take.
Yeah.
Try to help the guy. So the blood got onto the gloves then after the man had been killed.
Unfortunately, that statement of the driver is only the beginning.
What? That's not all of it?
There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed.
Oh, wow. I can't wait to tell my grandson.
Order! 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 When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. And there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, whack the witnesses' pee-pee at once.
They're British. How could this be? God, 3 witnesses right away? Oh my god.
Witness, your names and occupations.
With Beppo. Alright, there's 3 of them and 3 of us. Let's see who they are first, then we'll make our choices. So this is Beppo.
Yeah.
The cold old man.
My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. This is Bruce Fairplay.
Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city.
Okay. Misha.
My name's First. Lady First. I
Wait.
that's your chance.
He's terrible at it.
His hat's cut in half.
He lays dick first, boys. Lay that dick down. Alright.
Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present at the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident.
Sorry, I want to check their ages. Let's see who we got. 62. I would, yeah, I would not have said 34.
21!
Look at his fucking face.
Little
boy face.
He's just a baby boy.
The ladies first, man. He's a polite guy. The hell. Alright, I'll be present in the stand. We're in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Quite right.
Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well, then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw.
They brought 3 up at once, huh? What the witnesses saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had the few customers. I remember it well.
The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it.
As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too! Right?
Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes.
I have to, like, smirk every time I read omnibus, because anytime omni's put in front of something, it's just funny.
Yeah. I agree.
The all bus.
The omnibus.
Omnibus. That or I think of Amagami with the omnibus routes for the girls.
Right.
Man, what a show. I'd like to ask a question if I may. What the fuck?
Counsel.
You're not, no! The defense aren't allowed to defend here in London? Don't you know how it works in Japan 100 years from now? Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
Why not?
Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it?
As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes.
Well, in that case, how could those 2 witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage.
Fuck you. How quaint.
Everyone's always running so fast in London, don't you know?
I'd read that civilizations in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses?
Our omnibuses. Huh?
Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you ever even traveled in an omnibus?
I've been here for 2 hours. Well, no. We, only arrived in London this morning. Holy shit.
No matter.
Holy shit.
I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime.
He's gonna pull it out of his pocket like that bear.
It just crashes through the wall.
No, dude, at the end of Phoenix Wright 2, he puts a whole fucking taxidermied bear in his pocket. It's crazy.
Like,
No, Edgeworth is built different. But what do you mean? The actual scene, how?
A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much.
Yes?
The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today. In this very building.
In fact, we are all inside of it right now. Here? What? The entire carriage?
Bailiff,
Bailiff.
whack his pee-pee again.
Bring in the whistling
Bring forth
lobsters
the
atop the
frickin'
mountain.
omnibus. Holy shit.
Alright.
I want to see the bailiff who brought this in. Holy shit.
Well, it's got wheels. It's okay.
I know, but
the omnibus.
That's an omnibus. The omnibus in question. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great bit in Britain's courtrooms are amazing.
I'll say, generally, obviously, I'm not convinced that the 3D models are a necessary improvement to the Phoenix Wright experience, right? If anything, they're kind of maybe not as detailed as the 2D sprites are.
Yeah.
I really like that shot just now, the over the shoulder into the 3D omnibus.
Yeah.
That looked good. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers.
8? Holy shit.
We stack them. 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from atop an omnibus.
Is it gonna make a statement?
And I should point out to our foreign guests.
I mean, we've cross-examined a bird before, so I mean,
Sure.
an inanimate object,
That there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above.
Skylight. Oh!
The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight.
That makes perfect sense.
Well, Counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom.
Okay, so I'm glad the developers had the fucking the forethought when making the second case here, the second chapter episode, to be like, okay, we have to just do a courtroom case for the next one. Like, maybe we do some special investigation in the middle of it or something. But no. We got to get right to it. Bring the whole fucking crime scene in here.
Yeah, we get to investigate the crime scene, right? Still.
Yeah.
But we don't have to walk around town. It's literally just in this thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Good on them.
There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well. I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence.
The entire omnibus has been entered into the court record, taking up 4 spaces. Alright, the 8-seater omnibus that was the scene of the crime. There were passengers both inside the carriage and on the roof deck that night. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence? You're gonna tell me it was lit inside those things? I suppose that's true, but I feel like they would just be dark inside. We're gonna find out. Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here.
Let us continue with proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel.
Ray, don't expect this Nipponese Shrey to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights.
All right. My first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus. He looks like Apollo there. All right, what the witnesses saw.
Do we get to?
Yeah, we can look at it. We can look at it.
Okay.
Phoenix Wright Omnibus.
So
what the fuck's that
skylight?
mean?
It says Phoenix Wright
I,
Omnibus.
is that a reference to something? I don't know what that means. What could that mean? I don't get it. Huh. I hate when games reference things that I don't know about. Damn, bro, you gotta climb a ladder to get up there? Jeez. Yeah, we can examine that.
Yes. Driver's seat. You have...
And then just inside. We can probably open the door. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a murder. It's horrible. We got a drawer here. The seat has a handle, it seems. Makes sense.
Yeah,
God. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Right? But only right there. Look at that blood stain. That's blood. That's soaked into the seat. The victim's obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab someone in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark. And there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Yeah. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Okay, so there is a lamp. And yeah, that's true. If you had a lamp on in here, you wouldn't be able to see the people outside, but they would be able to see in. Okay. Ah, that's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition.
I hope nobody steals it.
That would be impressive. Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the proposal of such a grand event. This one. Sometimes they let me drag the cursor with my mouse, and other times it's to turn the camera. So I actually have to use WASD to move it, or I just move the camera into where the cursor is. Oh, same thing.
You look at the skylight from inside?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Crystal Tower was talked about in the last case. The Russian guy was gonna blow it up or something, right?
Ooh, I don't
villain
remember.
Bolshevik. Something.
Villain
he was gonna do
Bolshevik.
something with that tower.
Yeah. Quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. There doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description, so I suppose it can't be opened from the inside of the cabin at least. Okay. Have you seen enough? Let's step back outside then. Back out into the void. Nothing on the wheels. Just up top then. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London's streets from up here. Do people sit all the way up here on a bitter winter night with the cold air rushing past them? And they have to pay money to do so? Ugh. I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. Look how used the seat is.
Yeah.
You can see the imprint of his ass.
He's been shitting and pissing on himself the whole time.
But to keep himself warm.
That's fair. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. That's probably everything. We can't.
Yeah.
Can't examine.
No, 418.
So, they said our guy and the victim were sitting next to each other, but were the other two?
Yeah, we don't know where they were sitting here.
Yeah, because it said both of them saw what was happening, but if they were in the front, they wouldn't have been able to.
Yeah, like I'm gonna guess that it's probably gonna mean they were in the back here, in the back row. But that does obscure them from seeing these seats, or whatever that counts. All right, cool. All right. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well.
Hold it!
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, right, we have this mechanic. Well, we'll keep a look on this, guys. We can see both of them. Oh, yes, sir. That's right, sir. Yes, ever so cold it was, sir. Freezing, in fact. I'm still so cold. It was so cold that night. I'm still cold. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time. Is that correct? Yeah. Yes, that's right, sir. No, not all traveling in the same part of the bus, of course, though. No.
There were no other passengers when this incident took place? No one alighted, for example?
Alighted.
Ran away,
Oh, okay.
You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none. So nobody fled the scene of the crime, then? I have to say, the boss insists on it running, he does. Every evening. That last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spent that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus.
Hold it!
Hold it.
And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage.
That's right. When you sit on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on the inside, so I had a pretty good view. The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces.
Guy's got no rings on the left.
He's not wearing gloves either.
He's not wearing gloves, yeah.
But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded.
McGilded, yeah. Let me just tear this memory out of your mind and tell you why it's wrong.
Yeah.
How can you be so sure?
Well, how can I put it politely? McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else.
You'd probably know if you saw that guy. That's fair.
Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There is no room for doubt here.
Ugh. I really wish there was. Alright, then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
Hold it!
You actually saw the exact moment it happened?
Didn't I already testify to that? Or are fair dinkum, hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days?
Dinkum. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his backup. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's...
My lord!
Juror number 3. What's the meaning of this?
My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up.
Made up about what?
I don't like the stinking rich. Never have.
Oh, okay.
They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that
Lighting me
little
on
leprechaun
fire.
of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me.
Holy shit.
Oh, just already. They.
Wow. Wait, this is our guy. How did this happen?
Nick, I trusted you.
Yeah.
Hey. There's no point in wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter, anyway.
Damn, this court's crazy. And that is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors.
Okay, so like, I guess the idea is once they've cast their votes, they've cast their votes.
What is happening here?
So now we can't afford to lose the other 4, would be the idea.
Yeah. Let me see. Oh, yes. It seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes.
Yeah, they
Whoa,
throw them
whoa, here, sussy. Whoa, here, sussy. Oh my god. Jesus, lady.
I get this is like
we're
1800s London, but
whoa there, lady. Right, don't clip this. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice as we saw a moment ago.
Holy shit.
So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Ugh. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. Hey, jury, can you not just, like, fucking do that right away? Fuck, man.
Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
This is a nightmare. Alright. That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it.
Hold it!
What are you, little bitch? You little baby boy? How about you give some real testimony, fucker? He stabbed him, you say? And you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you?
Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats.
A little distracting, like...
Yeah.
I feel like I should just leave it on this guy so I can see all of them.
Yeah.
Kind of weird, but that's alright. Right, I have the pursue mechanic that I gotta be careful with here. Because suddenly, if I'm not looking at first tier and I want to continue the dialogue, I can't hit spacebar. Okay, well.
Yeah, it'll probably be pretty obvious when we need to pursue something, I think, rather than like...
We'll just have to look around also.
We'll have to look around a little, yeah. Plus, like, Sussy will be like, ooh, maybe we should pursue somebody.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, for the first time.
I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I'd been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around.
I hate this guy. I hate his model. I hate that his hat's falling off constantly. This is like actual torture to look at because there's nothing worse than ill-fitting clothes.
And he's a hat maker too, so he fucked up the hat. He's just on purpose.
And he likes women. I hate this guy.
But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out of his belly. That huge great knife. A grim sight indeed.
Yeah, that didn't help me at all. So then I killed her in the alleyway, you see.
Rhubarb pie, peas and carrots, sir.
The jury looks like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before.
Sweetie.
I can't hear you! That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilden is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Well, I didn't give that to you, so fuck off.
Mr. First.
Yes, sir.
Is this knife? Is this the knife you saw?
Oh, good grief! Yes, that's it. That very one, sir.
Is that?
Yes, Counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart.
Don't bring up stakes.
That is a blade of considerable size, Counsel.
Thank you.
It is. And furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial.
Oh no, it's gonna be an M. No.
The letter M, which seems oddly familiar.
That's right. Mario.
Oh my god,
please,
wait.
Please no.
It's gonna be a W?
It's gonna be a W, absolutely.
M for magnet. Or perhaps. Perhaps. Or begilded, possibly? Take your pick.
The way Discord just picked up that line reading made it sound like you read it properly, but then it just moved it around. That was kind of cool.
It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake. See what I did there? His name's Magnus.
Oh no, he's losing power.
I did some mistake.
Yes, don't kill me. But there are M's everywhere. Yes, like in Mason.
Objection!
And on that plumber's hat.
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused.
Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, Counsel.
This judge is reasonable. I hate this. I like it when the judge is like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Let's kill him. But they have the jury for this. They have the jury for this now, so the judge doesn't have to be ready to kill at a moment's notice.
Did you try setting the knife to Wumbo?
Largest knife that was found lodged in the victim's abdomen. Its quality and fancy ornamentation suggest it must be quite valuable. Hold on, lady. I want to look at the fucking knife.
Yeah, it's a sick knife.
That's definitely a
That's a
W
fucking
for
W.
Willy Wonka.
Fucking Wonka killed.
No,
Willy Wonka.
Willy Wonka killed this guy. Holy shit. No, like, because here's the thing. Right-handed, you're probably right-handed, so you're holding the scabbard with your left hand, which would be facing the W upward.
Yeah. No, it's a fucking... Did you try setting it to Wumbo?
An ornate letter M. Undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilded's initial. And it's beautifully gilded, too. It must be very valuable, I should think. What is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. That could change everything.
It was Bush.
Yeah.
Bush killed Mace. Did this case.
A W? Yes, this is one of those, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know it all. But what I am sure of is that this is an M.
Turnabout case? Whose memories are these?
Oh, well, that idea was quickly quashed. Okay, so it is an M?
That's funny.
It's a pretty good looking M. Now that I'm looking at this
That's
side.
Waifu Eater's knife.
Yes, this is mine. I got it. No, mine would be a katana. You all know it. No, yeah, no, that's an M. Look at the backdrop on it with like the shading and stuff.
Sure.
Yeah. Left-handed though.
Well,
This might imply it's left-handed. They have to go deeper on it because they're making fun of us though is the thing with these kinds of conversations where we go it must be a W and then they're like it's not. It's like okay, well fine.
See. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see.
Well, but if you're thinking about like writing, you're gonna do the swirl at the end of the letter.
Potentially. Potentially. Like I'm not.
I think it does look more like an M though.
Yeah, I think it's the drop shadow on it makes it more likely to be an M. Stay paranoid. That's how we're gonna get through this.
My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Juror number 2, go on. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's words should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Wait, what are you about to do?
Dispose of the rubbish.
It's going great.
We lost. This dude's
Maybe we
dead.
just need one. Like, it just has to be not unanimous.
Yeah, you got the hung jury.
Yeah, the hung jury. SR.
Like the SR4?
Yeah.
Okay. You all don't need to know what that means. No!
I do not wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime.
I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Death! Oh no, Grandma's gonna be the one to save us.
Yeah, we need.
Oh no!
Her that
I picked.
Magnus is her grandson.
Hey,
she hasn't been able to hear anything so far.
Dude, that seems like a viable tactic here. This shit's fucked. This is even worse than Judge just being like, oh yeah, Edgeworth, that sounds right. Guilty. Oh, okay, I'll wait a second. Oh, okay, not guilty. Oh, guilty? Okay.
Yeah, because we don't know if the votes are locked in or if they can change them.
Yeah,
I'm going with, yeah.
Like, at this point, they gotta be able to change them.
That's 4 out of 6 jury members who have proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... Alright. I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. And last one here. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too.
Hold it!
What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was.
And by the passenger, obviously you are referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Okay, then why was his body propped up in the photo?
Objection.
And then the other passengers had the knife in his hand, like this. Yeah.
By the other passenger, obviously you are referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded.
And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. Wait, you're saying he stabbed him after you stopped the cart, even though these other guys said they already saw him get stabbed?
Yeah, because they screamed because they saw him get stabbed.
Yeah, what the fuck?
That's what we call a contradiction.
What?
Your Honor.
Give me those flames back, Your Honor.
Sorry, Chigayo.
My lord, I wish to speak.
Let him speak to the people.
I want to speak.
Yes, juror number 5. Do I take it that you too?
As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, I should not be on this jury.
Holy shit!
This seems like a conflict of interest.
Idea of a murder being committed in one of the city carriages is utterly abhorrent to me.
Oh my god, he's got a fucking horseshoe for like
a mustache,
his tie, and then his horseshoe mustache.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, that's great.
Wow.
He's got the brand just set.
Yeah. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse is bolted, as they say. No. Please just keep an open mind a little longer. Gee up now, Silver Blaze. The finish is in sight. Yeah. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Case closed. I'm already drunk. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. Please stop making me work in the bitter cold. I'm going to die. Oh, this is too unkind, sir.
Which now means that 5 jurors agreed to condemn this man. Madame Juror number 6.
Yes, dear. What can I do for you?
You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand.
Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Damn. We're banking on that one.
Pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning?
Cause that shit don't add up, Sonny. Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. Okay. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. The Gilded Park, it's called. gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. Oh yeah, he's always doing great things for the city. Love this guy. Love this guy. Yeah, that's right. I mean, like that, it wouldn't stab someone, surely. Like, what the fuck is this? Mother, may we go to the McGilded Public Library later and borrow some more books? Everyone shut up, I'm trying to kill this guy.
How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is?
The theme is kicked in. What kind of man he is?
The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of soul.
Hey, yo, Dark Souls?
You for the pygmy.
So yeah, the furtive in the last stream.
I have not forgotten.
In the last stream, it was the furtive glance, so easily unnoticed. What? Stone the crows!
McGilded lends money at extraordinary rates of interest so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak.
I've never heard any mention of that before.
Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam.
A fun fact, Shylock is an insult toward Jewish people.
Yeah, I was just looking that up.
Interesting.
So
Racist counter, activate in the highlight video.
Yeah, we're at like 5.
It's from a character in a Shakespeare play, is where it comes from.
Okay.
Oh, that's Shakespeare. He loved his words.
Yeah,
Oh, man,
it's like the antagonist of Merchant of Venice.
Cool.
All right.
So, has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? Race attorney. What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service?
You're not saying that.
The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known, the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good
That man
gracious!
can't pay you back.
The brickmaker was destitute.
Yeah, like you own the guy at that point. Like, why would you kill
He
him?
had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him. His life. By the merciless philanthropist predator,
Pretender.
Magnus McGilded. A pretender.
I don't believe it. If I might add something briefly, Miss Usato, you claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded. But where is the evidence to support your claim? I made it the fuck up. He's got the glass out.
Here it comes.
How dare a woman speak to me?
What is an attorney? Got a miserable little pile of evidence.
Evidence.
Pray forgive the discourteous, of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. Discourtesy. Aha! There it is! Lord Vince's hallowed chalice!
Woo! Everyone's throwing their fucking teacups into the air and their hats and whatever else they have on them. How can this be considered acceptable?
But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor.
Oh yeah, come on, get sexist.
The Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself.
This is where he's gonna dilute his English bloodline to become pure Japanese. As a judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job.
What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside.
Oh.
Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in toast to the enigmatic East at the same time.
Love it when he does that.
A marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence.
The debtor's ledger has been entered into the court record. A catalog of people who had borrowed money from the defendant at a high rate of interest and includes the victim who owed 20 guineas.
That's a lot of guinea pigs.
I know.
Yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum.
Open it.
I'm going to. Jeez, dude. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear. Do you really think we ought to look inside? Well,
Yes.
It's not as though we know of any London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Haha. Actually, I wonder. I assure you, we will not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside. Well, let's see what we find.
Nice.
It's just 10 pages of Sholmes.
What?
The top right page is the M.
Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Goodness! What is it? Look at this! Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay! The witness testifying at this very moment! Oh, right, yeah, the banker, huh. Wait, why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. The details of the debtor's ledger have been updated in the court record. I imagine there's not anything on the other side, but... Alright. Quite a considerable sum.
And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense.
Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes.
Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused.
It's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel! Fucked. Still. Maybe it's all for the best. Wait a minute! Let's think about this a little more before. I don't stand for nonsense.
Shit, it's over.
We already lost.
Oh my god.
Well, GG.
Yeah, good try. That was it. The last juror's decision.
I thought she brought whipping a gun.
According to the Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh! There's a footnote, though. A footnote. However, the defense... Alright, we're done here.
All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case.
Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision.
According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial. By delivering my final verdict, I trust there are no objections.
Objection.
Mr. Sato,
Chigayo.
just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense... What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. This is kind of weird that they, like... When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. And the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. What? I don't know what that is. A summation?
Just demand it. It doesn't matter what it is.
A summation examination.
Objection!
A summation examination. Just because it rhymes doesn't make it true. From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck.
Oh. What even is it, Miss Susato? The so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it.
Right. Before you understand what it entails.
You completely cut out for all that. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails.
Typical Nipponese.
Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that, if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions.
Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really. So it rather fell out of use.
I wonder why. We love killing people here in Britain, you see.
Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several.
They're the dumbest people on the planet. You can't hope to gain anything from this.
No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try it in this day and age.
Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked.
What are you suggesting?
That's not how the matter works. No! No!
There's nowhere in here that says dogs can't play basketball.
Yeah. I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. Oh, these Japanese women! Oh! I've never been spoken to like that before. What is this feeling? My bloodline, it's weakening. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Fuck it, let's do it. A summation examination, our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out, or admit defeat? We're asserting our right.
Forget it. Oh.
Fuck you all. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
Fuck you!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on Earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure.
Oh. You're not doing good so far.
Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
I don't get my good results when this happens. But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. Fuck, let's do it.
The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination.
This is madness.
Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready?
What? No, I got somewhere to be. What the fuck? No. I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so, are all these gonna be corrupt?
All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision.
This is amazing. You have to ask them why they chose it. Like, no, we don't do this anymore. No. This is too reasonable. On what grounds? I want to kill him.
You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty.
Well, my lord, you're, rather putting us on the spot.
This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before.
I don't really hold with all this justifying, Lark.
It's very satisfying. That seems to have thrown the jurors off.
This thing that hasn't happened in 100 years
Yo,
seems
new
to
meta?
surprise everyone.
Yo, new meta? Hold on, are these people in the... No, okay, I was gonna say, throwing all the jurors in here would be insane.
They might end up in there.
Yeah, at this point. It seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then. The summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe, it might be the opportunity we've been looking for. To turn this trial around.
Whose memories are these? So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the juror, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of this most serious crime.
Judicial findings, or the jurors' contentions. What the fuck? There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it must have been him.
Trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence.
Oh my god.
He stuck to the chap next to him, just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen.
I've simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusions. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. I think there were 5 people then. The scoundrel! Stabbing that poor man on the floor! It beggars belief! Hey guys, what's 4 times 4?
20. They said you gotta trust the British government, Alex.
I think as an American, I think I'm like supposed to not do that. You know, I have to hold on to this hate forever. Alright, I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. So, some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. Please tell me I can't press them. Please tell me I cannot press them. Yeah, according to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, we're only allowed to do that in the prosecutor's only allowed to do that, but in the opposite. We have to use facts. They can just say whatever they want. And be like, he's a stinky bad boy who poo-poo shits bad interest rates. And then everyone goes, I hate that poo-poo shitter with the bad interest rates. Kill him. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasonings, you see. They're whims, and not facts and logic. Because, you know, fuck us, I guess. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Then what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about the British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work, then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says. Right, so the maid and 2 and 5, we gotta throw against each other. And see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statement and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. You've seen 12 Angry Men, right? Half of it. I see. So it's contradictions.
You've seen 6 Angry Men?
Yeah, I've seen 6 Angry Men. And that's what we're doing right now! I see. I think I've seen the remake of it, actually.
I didn't know there was a remake.
Yeah, it was like, we watched it in our, like, my, like, 9th grade politics class. Yeah, government class, yeah. And I was like, damn, this is awesome. And then I never watched the rest of it. And then it was like, this is a remake of the original. And I'm like, huh.
Yeah, I've seen the original.
Oh, okay. I'm sure. I see. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. All right. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. All right. I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off.
Can we start proceedings, Counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal.
Yes, my lord. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. This game's crazy. The defense's rebuttal. Alright. We're gonna have to press all these guys. Oh my fucking god, this game's gonna be 100 hours long. Alright. Let's take a break. It's now or never.
Yep,
Yeah, I got this.
Yeah, now or never. Why did that click? Alright.
Your fat middle finger.
No, I was tabbed out. It clicked it when I hit the AFK thing for the stream. Weird. Fun. Okay, be right back.
Yo.
How do I convince my dog to not be miserable?
I don't know if you can.
I walk out there, laying on the back of the couch, and she just looks like she's about to die, and I'm like, hi Scout, and she's just like, the closer I get, the more she's like, I'm gonna fucking die. Just kill me, Alex.
Like, I mean, the last time I was over there, Scout was acting like I was gonna, like, rip her throat out.
Well, yeah, she barks at men.
Yeah.
She does not like men. But she's not an unfriendly dog, which is the weird thing. She won't bite you or anything. She's just awkward.
Yeah.
She does not have the capacity for it. Alright. I have to press all of these clowns. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him.
Hold it!
Certainly, the testimonies we've heard suggest the victim and Mr. McGilda were alone inside the carriage. Precisely my point. But, could there be some other explanation? Something we haven't considered yet? Such as... well, perhaps that's something we could, all work out together now. Now listen here. Maybe you don't know how things work around here because you're, from foreign climes. But we're here to form our opinions as individuals, and I have. Oh dear, he doesn't appear to be in the mood to consider an alternative point of view, does he? No. I'm gonna have to pit the jurors against one another. Yeah, maybe we don't really need to press here.
Yeah, there might be a point where it's not clear.
And then we need to press on something, or
And
it's
then
like, can you tell me more?
Yeah.
But, like... It's 2 against, 5.
5, for sure.
Yeah, let's go ahead and press for this one, just in case. Let's just see what pressing looks like in the first round here of this system. All right, I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence.
Hold it!
But does his ability to recall his takings that night really tell us how trustworthy the man is?
I manage all his lordship's cash affairs, so I'm very particular when it comes to accounts.
I see.
A single penny can mean the difference between life and death, after all, can't it?
That's a saying in your country?
My point is, a man who minds his figures is a man you can trust. Those of us in service would swear to that, sir.
Does that bench really need any more polishing?
So, if the good driver says that he saw Mr. McGilded in the act, I don't doubt him. The only task left to do today is disposing of the rubbish.
Now, wait a minute. One of the other jurors mentioned something about money, I think. Now would be a very good time to listen carefully to the jurors' statements again, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen.
Hold it!
Well, pressing gets funny stuff, so... Hey, careful! You could hurt somebody with that!
You're a fine one to talk. What of that sword hanging from your waist? No,
that's just my battered soul.
Well, anyway, I despise anyone with too much money. They're all the same. All stabbing some brickmaker or other behind the scenes. You mark my words.
Objection!
That seems very unlikely, doesn't it?
Are you mad, man? We know that small shorty is a rotten Shylock.
Yes, that does seem to be the case, but... Mr. Naruhodo, please, be careful what you say. They don't like facts.
Yeah, Nick, you be careful what you say too. That was racist.
Yeah, I'm playing a character. This is like you know, in Django,
Yeah, DiCaprio's just doing his job, man.
DiCaprio's just doing his job.
Yeah.
If he's been trying to squeeze money out of us less fortunate, then far as I'm concerned, he's as guilty as sin. The man can hang.
Well, that means it's cool then. The man can hang.
Yeah, yo, this dude can hang.
Come to think of it, didn't one of the other jurors have something to say about the defendant's underhanded activities? A time like the present to use R to pit them against each other, I'll never get anywhere. I just want to read their statements on the presses. I've simply typed in and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion.
Hold it!
I was just like, alright, not you. What have you been doing all this time? What have you been doing all this time? There. I should have thought it was obvious. I am recording everything that takes place as part of these proceedings. And what have you learned from that? For example, at this moment in time, the judge has used his gavel 11 times in total. The prosecution has snorted derisively at your remarks 7 times in total. And we are at X amount of racist remarks. We'll leave that for the highlight video counter up here. It'll be up there. Oh, maybe I'll put it over here. I don't know, you want left corner or right corner, guys?
Or right for racist.
Right for racist. All right, it'll be top right corner. Right there. There it is. And I might add, each time you have gawped like a simpleton. Thank you. What's the point exactly? So, anyway, madam, are you able to explain why you think the defendant is guilty? That is a conclusion I have drawn as a result of the copious notes I have typed. Clearly, but I'm asking you to explain why you've drawn that conclusion. Please don't distract me. It makes it extremely hard to concentrate on my note-keeping. Then what are they for? This is going nowhere. You can trust the guild. Fair is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years.
Hold it!
That's how much it costs to take the omnibus. That's right. As the guild master, I decided to set a policy for all drivers across the city. 1 fare, no matter which bus you take or how far you're going. We have to compete with the rise of the motor car, you see. Us coachmen have to make a stand together. Motor cars, you say? Yep. And this murder on one of our buses is extremely damaging to our cause. It's beyond the pale. It'll lead to a decline in our passengers. You mark my words. And it's all that rascal's fault. He has to pay. This guy's eyes can't focus. Is it the crime or his buses he's more worried about? Anyway, every member of my guild is reliable and trustworthy. So if the driver says he saw him do it, that fellow in the dock is as guilty as sin. A scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor beggars belief.
Hold it!
I really think you should stop waving that needle around. You heard what the good coachman said before, didn't you? That hideous man stabbed the poor fellow, just like this! Yes, that is what he said, you're right. The Gilded Park is such a lovely little place, too. I've always enjoyed resting my legs there while I get on with my knitting. And I had thought that anyone who donated such a delightful place must be a fine fellow indeed. I suppose I was wrong. Arrgh! Whoever would have thought he was a miserable murdering moneylenderer with not a scrap of remorse. Oh, help. He's as sure as she can be that he's guilty now. The old lady certainly seems to know her mind, doesn't she? Alright. So we just need to find two jurors with contradictory statements and pit them against each other. Which is so much easier said than done. Is that perhaps what you were just thinking? How'd you know? I've written everything you will ever say in your life in this book here. Well, I took the liberty of doing some research in case you happen to find yourself in such a situation. Shall I read you what I found out? It is a little long, I'm afraid.
Honestly, we don't need it.
I'm going with I don't need it. Not right now. I think I'm okay. If I have to rely on advice from the start, how will I get on later? No, I need to work this out for myself now. Is that perhaps what you were just thinking? How did you know? Well, that sort of attitude is most admirable, Mr. Naruhodo. I know what I have to do. Let's listen to those assertions one more time. Assertions? Whatever. Alright.
Yeah, that would be like one of the later cases.
All right.
You'll have a point where you can't decide what to pit. And then you'll get whatever info she has there.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
They do. Explain yourself, Counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said?
I swear on Silver Blaze's mane and name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. Oh, nice.
Nice.
Ooh.
Oh, fancy.
Oh,
According to the
3D production.
according to the testimony we've heard so far, in my mocap actor walking perfectly, there were 4 passengers on the Omni.
6 hours every night.
Non-stop. Like, I wish I had this much room. I wish I had this much room. I even have the katana on. It's crazy how much they got this. Like, literally me. There's a reason the trilogy highlight video is called what it is. Alright. There were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. Yeah. Fair and convenient single price. Just the way London carriages should be operated.
But Alex, what you don't understand is the ridiculousness of British currency, where 4 pences equal 20 pence.
I mean, that's what's about to happen. That or it's gonna be, Beppo you know, was stealing from the company by
Like-
charging 5.
Like, England used to have like 20 tiers of currency. It was fucked up. Like the pence, the shillings, the quid, the pound. Like it was incomprehensible.
Money sucks. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man? Why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each? If you do the multiplication... No. No. No.
Math!
No.
It would be 16 pence.
Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Oh, okay. He's getting his hand on the handle. I like it. I like this pose. Computer, print 400 of those out. I'm putting them on my wall. One of Kazuma, please.
We'll make the Ryunosuke house.
Yeah. Yeah. 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely... 1 person's fare.
One person's fare.
Yes! In other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about.
Good gracious.
This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. I mean, this doesn't change anything, though. They just hate this guy, so they're just gonna kill him. Who cares? The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. Bitch, I beg your pardon. Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he let nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then. How do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, Well, according to my book here that knows everything, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side of the set of scales. Hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go in? Man, fuck you all! Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo.
Beepo.
We're so back. I've never meant it more. This is all very irritating.
Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. It's like the most intense way they could ever possibly fucking do something like
the
this.
judge is just like, oh, every time one flies over him. For the love of Mike, not you as well.
A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters.
Oh, really?
I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again.
Yeah, I like how the witnesses had an incredibly obvious, inconsistent story of like how the events played out in order,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And then everyone was like, oh man, fuck this guy. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. You did it. If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. It has to be 4? Okay, 2 more. Actually, there is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. That's when you gotta strike. Get him. Get him. I mean, Jack the Ripper here is not gonna fucking change his tune here, though.
Alex, your mic's popping again.
My mic's popping.
Everyone else heard that, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about now?
Keep talking.
I will keep talking for a moment. Is it working?
I think seems to be working.
Okay, yeah, definitely just tell me right away. I just have to replug it in.
Okay.
Yeah, I might need. I might want to buy a new cord. They're cheap, so.
Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination.
I mean, we can just keep doing this. We can just keep appealing to them until they go all innocent. We don't even have to prove anything.
That's true.
Yeah.
Right, so he seemed to be contradicting. Yeah.
Objection.
Those two statements are completely contradictory.
What? Explain, counsel. Post haste.
Oh, dearie me. I was only knitting a jumper for my other half.
What is it?
Don't bring it up. Don't, no.
What is this claptrap?
in theaters this
What is all
Friday.
this claptrap? What does this contradictory even mean, I ask you?
Look at him go. He's so erect. God damn it. Fuck this mouse, dude. The middle finger's so heavy.
When I see Jane Doe.
Yeah. Yeah, fuck this
Fuck
mouse,
this
dude. All right.
want to jerk off. Fuck.
We've heard more than one witness. We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3,
What? Can't you see I'm busy here?
how would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it?
Ha! Want to test me, do you? It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. Just like the prim banker said.
I have a confession to you all. I thought it was because he was saying this guy never gave any money to people, or this guy was saying that the defendant never did anything for the community.
Oh.
And that the other woman had the park that she was talking about, but no, the
I knew it was
knife.
the position thing. Yeah, it was the knife.
It was also just like trial and process of elimination also, where it's like
Right, but-
4 and 1 don't have anything to do here, so
Yeah, and I was about to say, oh, at least they're literally getting to this whole issue with the testimonies right away.
yeah, okay.
Because while this is the jurors being confused, they're confused because the witness testimony is inconsistent.
Right, all right.
We are getting to it right now, which was
Okay,
you know.
so they have been listening. Fascinating,
Yes,
fascinating. I haven't been. All right, it was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said.
Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true.
Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move. Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor.
Well, I never. There. They're stabbing in totally different directions.
What?
Bless my stitches. What a muddle. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh.
But why? Why the dickens would they lie?
I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. Oh my god. Please. Please let this trial end. There's so much fire near me.
The scales.
I don't believe it. Wait. Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all.
Ding.
Everyone just slams the button and all the fire goes into guilty. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, Dark Jinx. Huh?
Ding.
Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus. And this young dandy saw him do it too. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again. And this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, hmm?
Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why I should take this knife to you?
Who you calling old? Why I should take this needle to you? London's crazy. Oh, they're ready to kill each other now. Wait, this is good. Perfect. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see different moments of the same crime? Yes. I think that's true, yes. The scream happened, the guy got up, the coachman got up, he looked over and he saw something else happen. Check the court record.
It is certainly
Let's check the court record.
Somebody else would have to be on the floor because that guy's.
This guy's not. Yeah, no.
Down.
Like presumably this is how they found him. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it is possible.
It's
We know
possible.
there's this missing fifth person, is the thing.
Yeah.
Who's probably hiding in like the storage thing.
Potentially. That's the Phoenix Wright special though. Is you go, oh, they could fit in there. They could totally fit in there, and then they go, they could not fit in there, and you're like, fuck me. My entire argument was contingent on that.
I'm going with, though, here's going to be the fun thing, is that the other body is going to be in the storage cart somehow. Like, it's in the courtroom right fucking now.
Well, we know. Yeah, we never checked under this seat that this guy's sitting on. That's gonna be able to
Like,
open somehow because the handle got like broken off, so no one checked.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
that's
I'm thinking this might be a double murder.
The body's in the fucking courthouse right now.
Yeah. This is a coin toss on how they're gonna take this.
I'm going with it's literally possible.
I think it's possible.
I think Juror 1's actually making a good point here. Like,
I think so, but I'm afraid I think it's actually gonna be I think it's gonna be out of the question because of the photo. Let's go with it's possible. Typically, we don't want to agree with people though. Is the problem? It's true. There's an outside chance of almost anything you care to mention. There's an outside chance of almost anything you care to mention. Exactly the point I've been trying to make. Before you go any further, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sato? I think you should have a look through the court record. Yeah, unless like the autopsy report here is gonna tell us like stabbed once ever. Single stab. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
All right, that's fine.
Getting a little ahead of ourselves. Like, yeah.
Oh, you see, this evidence makes it quite clear. There isn't even an outside chance of what the juror is saying. How did I miss that?
Well, we know there was another person.
Well,
That's why there was
the juror was leading the defense. It happens.
the juror was leading the.
You dark jinx, out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? Do you realize that I'm only doing my job? As foreman of the journey, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. But where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. You say that's out of the question. Show me some proof. It looks like the only way I'm gonna convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss.
So yeah, the one stab wound.
Yeah, some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by
You want the proof? You can't
the
handle
outdated autopsy report. This is the victim's autopsy report.
Please.
According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different times.
Alright, I can see defeat.
Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap.
Sir. No one deceives me.
But we had a consensus.
I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Holy...
This is just Jack the Ripper. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, guys,
Please tell me he's a barber.
we have him. Well, I'm in quite remarkable turn of events. The defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty.
This has never happened. We kill everyone.
Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate. And the trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth.
The judge is like, God, finally. They usually just fucking kill the guy because they don't like him.
So, Lord Van Zykes, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. I do not please.
I don't want to.
Oh.
I'd rather not.
Want to do the thing? I know what the thing is. Do it. Want to see it?
He's probably not gotten angry enough yet. Oh, cool.
Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Holy shit!
Lord Van Zykes!
I'm thinking it's Zeke's.
Zeeks!
Zyke sounds weird. ZX. Is it cold in here or is it just me?
As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination.
Nice!
So,
I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No. And why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Bring forth the witnesses once more.
He's huge.
I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure.
Oh, yes, sir. That I did, sir.
Of course I heard it.
Oh, yes, sir. I heard it. You, sir, on the end. The coachman, I believe it's Beppo.
Yes, sir, my lord, sir.
As cold as a polar bear, that one. If it transpires that in your previous testimony, you're attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus.
We're gonna kill you.
You will be found guilty of perjury, and you are advised to bear that in mind, sir.
Oh. Neo deal. What? Huh?
Oh my god.
Oh, mio Dio.
I guess he's like Italian.
Yeah.
Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination.
I have to say it, the love saying that word. All right. Witness testimony. Various misgivings. I only carried 4 passengers that night. I swear it, but
Well, I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
He's just a fucking crook. He filled us on the fare, he did. And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. Oh, it's all too much.
I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands.
oh yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so. Yes.
Counsel, make sense of this for me, please.
The Phantom 6th player of the Kuroko. Wait,
That-
the Phantom
Oh, yeah,
5th
yeah,
passenger
yeah,
conjured
yeah,
into
yeah.
existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozenage.
Never seen that word. Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It's just so cold. And the last run of the day is always half empty.
You have been dishonest, coachman. Bailiff, you know what to do.
I'm so sorry. No, please, my pee-pee. It's so cold. It's all shriveled up. No. You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace. And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild.
If I may, sir. I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week.
4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. Good. Good. Pat her on the head. No, that figures.
Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please.
We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games.
Absolutely. All right. I only carried 4 passengers that night. I swear it.
Hold it!
So there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4-piece fare. Is that right? It's impossible to make that last run of the day pay. Yeah, I was so cold. It was all I could do to stop myself from passing out. I'm getting chilblains just listening to you.
That's not a word.
Chilblains.
Like brain freeze? Is it supposed to be chill brain?
Chilblains. Don't tell me that's the official word for like goosebumps or something. I'm not ready to learn that tonight.
Chilblains. Yep, it
Oh my
is.
god.
Sensors or bumps that occur after exposed to very cold.
Good night, everyone.
All
All right, we're back. Okay, I have to tab out. I can't go to my other monitor and click stuff. Chilblains. Okay. Huh.
I had no idea.
None of us had any idea.
I've never heard that.
Huh. Crazy.
Okay, no, it is different.
It
It's
is
like-
different?
Yeah, it's more of like pre frostbite.
Oh, okay, yeah. This
Okay.
is like if your like fingers were turning red.
Yeah, like your fingers turn
Okay.
red and like the skin
Also,
gets
we don't
super
have this
dry.
fucking Florida ever, right? But like,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like if your nose is turning red,
That makes more
because it's cold
sense.
outside. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so it makes sense that we don't know what this is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny passenger? You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a 5th passenger on the omnibus that night, then we would have had another suspect. Well, I, for one, was told to pay 5 pence for the bus.
Hold it!
Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4?
Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir.
And I just told you that I did.
A flat fare of 5 pence across the board. It's not something to be proud of.
The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the Phantom Killer you so desperately needed, it's gone, dead and buried.
I'd have been happy if it had ever existed in the first place. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much.
Hold it!
This blood-curdling sight. You mean the murder, I presume?
Yes, sir. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man at the moment his life is taken. Well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed.
You what?
Good gracious, really?
Fucking lied.
We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it.
Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant.
I heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath, see? That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw that horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming. Even when I'm eating.
I tell you, I saw McGilded stab. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands.
Hold it!
So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him.
That's what I said, isn't it?
It was bothering me before, this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question.
Anyway, there were only two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there?
There's been much talk of a fifth passenger, but as of yet, zero evidence.
Then what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. Man's guilty.
Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was. Oh, yeah, yes, he stabbed him, yes, he did, I think so, yes.
Hold it!
Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor, and the described assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose. I might have, you know, yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe. Now's not the time to be funny.
What's this?
Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck.
Oh, I expected that was me, sir.
I don't. And then when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor, and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes. And then the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought that I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I? Oh, wow. Oh, man.
Whoa,
Jesus.
man, I wonder.
Oy. Something's not right here, guys. Hey.
Biting his keys.
Excuse me.
You okay there? Yeah, excuse me.
Yeah, you good? You good, my guy?
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fair Play? Sounds like the name of a killer with your W mustache.
Now you
Oh my
listen to
God.
me. I know what you're thinking.
His mustache.
He does have a W mustache, doesn't he? He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Hey?
Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Yeah, some days are like that. Okay, sorry, let me reread this real quick. Whoa. You have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact...
Right, so this is fair play quoting Reno's.
Yeah. I didn't see the precise moment. He didn't really see the exact moment. What are the chances of that? You're asking me to tell me. Yeah, no. Could he have seen the exact... Could Beppo have seen it? And the answer is no.
No.
Because...
He didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody... No chance. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on top of the omnibus, that is.
Keep going.
That's,
peeping. I'm a respectable city banker. I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as that Ballarat day. It was a grim scene. I don't mind telling you.
Thank you, Mr. Fairplay.
Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord.
I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw.
Oh, I can do that, alright. I'll tell you just how grim it was.
You think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man?
Hold it!
Blood-soaked?
Ahem, well, perhaps soaked is laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there's definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it.
And you saw that from the roof? Through the skylight?
Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on the inside of the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw.
This banker's latest statement. I feel sure there's something not quite right about it. When you feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruhodo, that's when you should have a good look through the court record. Guess we're just gonna present the gloves here. Not long ago, this trial very nearly came to an end. Somehow, we've managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury, will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new information. Yes, you're so right. Naruhodo, actually.
Naruhodo does.
I need to pay careful attention here. Alright, I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among... Yeah, we're good. You happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way. Don't hesitate to pursue... Yep. So I got kind of thrown off here because I thought this was Fairplay jumping in to defend Beppo's testimony, but no, he was doubling down on his own testimony.
Yeah.
That was kind of weird. All right, what are we presenting here? Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed them? Do you mean
gloves?
Gloves? Blood-soaked hands?
Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it.
Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar.
What?
Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question.
Oh, yes, right.
There certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see, It's only on the right-hand glove.
Ah!
Don't do that.
Some of these are really bad. They're like really uncomfortable to look at. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent.
Ah! But, no! That can't be right.
So you're the liar here, then?
Ah! That's right. You were quite clear about it. You said, "Huh, it was both hands." Grr.
Everyone's going crazy in this game.
I still hate that the guy's hat keeps falling off.
It's so bad. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands. It was only one. But the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
This is cool. He's got 2 different points. Yeah, he turns his
That's
back
a
to you on
good
this one.
point.
Objection.
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court.
Ah.
He's just biting on his teeth. They're gonna break.
Why? What? Why, I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't
Prevaricate.
prevaricate.
Prevaricate. Damn British and their fucking English words. Hate them.
Those guys.
He's claiming. Oh, hey, Brad.
Hey, man.
Hey, dude.
I've been like deaf and not enough because I'm still coughing. Fuck.
Yeah, I know. Did you get
Yeah,
COVID?
you're-
Do you think you?
I think I did get COVID.
Like you have been
Yeah.
coughing more than when you were like, yeah, I'm kind of sick.
Yeah, it's been over a
it-
week and it's still kicking. I considering the fact that everybody else I knew who is sick has COVID, I probably not.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, they're like Gen Con was last weekend, and like pretty much everybody who went has gotten home with COVID.
Yeah.
It's not
All right, make sure to put on your masks, everyone. You don't want to get it through your ears.
tomorrow. I might I'm supposed to start like doing my actual like job at work tomorrow and not just like shadowing and training, but I might go up to my leadership and be like, hey, I'm still coughing my brains out and like I'm recovering from COVID symptoms, so can I like not directly like have these interactions yet? It's gonna be really awkward if I'm like in the middle of explaining to a customer like why their phone is out of warranty and it's gonna cost them $500 to replace it and I start coughing and fucking
Don't
Don't
their
worry,
phone.
Don't
Yeah.
worry, old man who needs help with his iPad. I just have COVID.
Yeah, I'll talk to my work tomorrow just because they might be like, yeah, just maybe shadow.
Or they might even be like, just like, especially if you're still coughing that bad, like get a test and stay home.
Yeah, they're not gonna pay me for it. I don't think I have the sick time. I might actually.
Yeah.
I guess I could check if I have enough to cover that. I'd consider it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Alright. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely. Wow, I think we have that evidence. Something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie in his testimony.
You have evidence.
I have
evidence.
I have evidence. My lord,
Yes, counsel.
the defense is ready to present evidence.
By Jove! Are you sure?
Yes, Evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony.
Ah!
It's biting it, God!
I always thought it was by Job, not by Jove. Very well.
It's the same in Japanese.
Oh.
They can't do the V's.
Well, I mean, I just could be wrong. It just. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness' alleged deception of the court.
Behold, the ledger.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded.
Yes, a list of innocent victims, crippled by the accused's extortion.
The point is, among the names of these debtors in your name, The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused?
That's almost as bad as having one of our jurors be connected to one of the witnesses. In fact, it might be worse.
No. Well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt.
According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? It's not the backhand. Nothing beats Phoenix's backhand on the paper, because you're like, God, I wish that were me.
It's his condescending glare. It's the way he fucking hits it.
It's like, it's right here, bitch.
They couldn't just do it again, you know?
They could just do it again. I think that would be totally fine. I would not mind if they just did it again. They've kept some of his, like, other key poses. Maybe he'll do it later. This one looks kind of weird. Yeah. Yeah.
His wrist is a little flimsy there, like.
It's just like it's the fact that he's the backhanding was so smooth. This looks a little awkward to like poke the paper like that. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Now all London knows.
Well, what of it?
Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case?
These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist.
Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw? In a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant. Teeth are gonna shatter. I don't want to see that.
Wait, they were on the right side?
Always have been.
Order, order, order. Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
Yeah, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you, or did you not, see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim?
Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony.
Alright, now let's not make a melodrama out of this.
No, we're definitely doing that.
I did overstate the truth a pinch.
A pinch?
But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilded's hand. Both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained.
Grr. So you keep saying.
I looked it up. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. First.
Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens.
As it happens. Seeing what?
The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands.
This guy's hat sucks.
This
Well, yeah.
nobody likes this guy's hat.
I almost
It is
like was like
so
Brad,
irritating to
The
look
most
at.
fucked up part, he's a hat maker.
So I must clarify. I love the Franken hat.
Yeah,
I was a hat man myself.
yeah.
Living in Victorian England, I too would wear the Franken hat. But my god, man.
But like he
can't-
could size it.
The fact that it keeps falling off of his head, that is what's really infuriating.
He's a hat maker and he's not wearing a hat.
Look at
that
the
fits.
fucking glare from this other dude. It's like, oh my fucking god, your stupid hat is making me want to gouge my eyes out with a fucking spoon.
He's like, I should have killed this guy too, and I had to.
Jesus Christ. Holy shit.
Well, he's trying to get it on that sissy boy, you know?
Just take the hat off. God damn.
It's
Alright,
so
that's fine.
bad.
I've said my piece.
We all hate it. Nobody
this
liked
hat-
this hat.
This guy's hat sucks.
The blood,
I think the issue is that he's put like too much hair gel in his hair, so it's like hard, and he can't like form the hat around it, so he just keeps sliding off.
I think his hat's just too goddamn big.
Well, it's also weighted improperly because it's like lopsided, which isn't helping. It's too small. I think it's too small. Because if it was too big, it would fit, but it's too
I do like it when it
small.
falls in time with the music, though. Like,
And, oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, when it. Okay.
I think, yes. I'm almost certain that it was on both of his hands, not just one.
See, I like it here. This is funny.
That's funny.
This is great. But like neutral, it's fallen off. What? It looks like Zeke's is wearing sandals, by the way. Next time you can get a glimpse of his feet. It looks like he's wearing sandals.
In
It would
court?
appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses.
I mean, you don't need pants if you're behind a stand, right?
it's true. It's true.
The judge ain't wearing pants.
The judge ain't wearing pants.
This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear?
Yes.
Mr. Naruhodo, don't you find it odd that we were using honorifics for a while, then sometime in the last case we just stopped? I just thought that was interesting. This is good news! The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes.
Yes.
Yes! I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. Bailiff, play cornered.
Deep, deep, deep.
What the witnesses really saw.
There was a bloodbath on the hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that.
There was blood on both hands. Not a bloodbath, but I see how you did that. Yeah, there was a bloodbath on hands. Nice.
Like a Ricky.
However,
Hard.
I suppose you might say I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired. If that matters.
If that, it's not like crazy important, right?
I remember seeing the knife, and
Knife.
I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them.
I didn't actually see anything myself. Please, can I just leave? I'm so fucking cold. I didn't see anything until I heard that scream.
Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we would all have seen.
They make a good point.
Oh well, lo and behold. In truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated.
I apologize, my lord. But honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. Good. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it.
Dude, this guy's teeth's gonna break. Like, I know the cane's gonna, like, get bitten apart or something first, but it's like...
Oh yeah, it's gonna snap.
Yeah. That's really not what testimony is about.
Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more.
Oh my god, someone died in here.
The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts.
No, they just spilled his cherry juice.
In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Cross-examination! What the witnesses really saw. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that.
Hold it!
No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record.
I'm well aware of that, sir. But nevertheless, I know what I saw, and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands.
He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw. But why?
Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two. The salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped, guilty from the accused fingers.
Guiltily from the accused
Guiltily
fingers.
from the fingers.
Like how that sounds. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired. If that matters.
Hold it!
You know, if it matters.
I mean, don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as well you know.
Yeah, but for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could possibly have done it. I was just trying to save us all some time.
It's like he's fighting it.
Yeah, he's got Pinky out though.
Yeah, it's true, but it's I don't know. It looks weird. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty?
Well, that's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse at the Derby. That's all. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend that's a sure thing.
A little guinea or 10?
I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend.
Guilty.
I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for. sir. This witness's scruples are not on trial here.
No, but the defendants are,
to the
apparently.
Proceed to the next witness.
Is it really how it's supposed to work? Is that really how it's supposed to work?
He just says next witness and it's done.
I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attackers' hands with blood on them. All right. Give me the details. You definitely saw that too. Blood on both hands.
Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. McGilded's gloves has any sign of blood on it.
That's right.
The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilded sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir.
He wasn't wearing these gloves.
That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly.
Oh my god. He was a bear? It's true that the dark-colored stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see.
I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGild's gloved hands.
There wasn't blood on his hands.
This is puzzling indeed.
Wait, this is almost like he didn't do it. How are we supposed to kill him then? This must be significant somehow. I'm sure of it. Okay, I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard that scream.
Hold it!
You didn't see anything. I was driving the fucking thing. Oh, yes, sir. That is to say, no, sir. I didn't. I'm very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry. Yes. It was very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir? What are you looking at?
I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories.
Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? No, sir. I saw nothing at all. Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no?
Rose eyes.
That was perfect,
Frozen.
Brad. That cough was perfect.
Yeah. You're welcome. I was definitely paying attention.
Oh, please, you didn't even see that? It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid. Sorry to say, sir. How's this guy alive?
Yeah, why is he a carriage driver?
It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights.
Fuck you all! Beppo! Ah! Anyway, the fact remains that there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen it.
Hold it!
And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus.
That's right. It was a fiercely cold night, but the glass wasn't frosted over.
Oh yes, I remember. I was shivering. It was so bitter.
Wait, why were you all on top of it then? Hey, wait a minute. The fuck's wrong with you two?
Because we knew a guy was about to get stabbed.
Yeah, I just said that.
Hey, good question, Judge. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin.
Oh, why not?
It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door.
It was locked.
That's right. And it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play.
And then you two sat next to each other? You didn't even pick different benches?
He said the thing.
That's not like, yeah.
Yes, I had exactly the same experience.
I want his hat to fall backwards somehow right now.
Yeah.
He found the balance.
Yeah, this is ideal.
I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof stack and look down longingly into the warm cabin below.
Well, I can assure you, I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring, long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed.
Unequivocal, I would say.
I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? They might not have been able to. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. What bench were you sitting at? You were riding this omnibus that's been next to us this entire time. We're inside of it, in fact. And witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is that right?
That's right.
Yes.
Okay. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you.
What?
Nani? By golly, really?
Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area on the cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly on the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated? There.
Right there.
Right there, Your Honor.
Take that.
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other. Which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Wow, that was so obvious from the very beginning. It only took 3 hours to get here. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one in which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Ah!
Objection!
That's it, I'm taking my sword out. Fight me!
It's quite possible. Some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidden habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity.
Forbidding habit. Interesting. Forbidding habit of obscuring. Okay.
I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. What the fuck? Dude, this
Just
is like
keep
word
going.
30.
I just go.
In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Yeah, we can. Because we believe that Magnus was sitting there, I think. Magnus was sitting...
Magnus was the one that was just asleep in the cabin, yeah.
Across from...
they never saw Magnus.
Yeah. Who's the guy that... Mason?
Mason,
Mason was across from him, so like when he woke up, he reached forward to Mason, right?
Yep. I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? I have an inkling.
Oh my god. He's got an inkling?
I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. That's right, they brought me another one. Check this shit out, I have so many.
You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations.
That was my middle finger.
A toast to hard lessons not yet learnt. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat.
This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from the view was...
Take that!
Willy fucking Wonka!
Holy shit.
The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witness on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded.
Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Yeah, I'm trying to defend him! It's my fucking job! Oh, fuck yeah.
Oh my fucking god.
I was curious about the wall slam, or what they were gonna do when they get too angry.
Yeah. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice. Do forgive the discourtesy.
A lot of fire going on in this place. I got electricity? Jeez.
Lord Van Zeeks! People talk
Here
of
we go,
those
here we go.
tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly.
What are you trying to say?
Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand.
I'm an art student, by the way.
One more for the racism counter.
Yeah, it's going up. Every time he talks, I'll count every text box from Van Zeeks.
When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong.
What?
That's not how this works, dude. Just fucking stop. Bro, you're making me look bad. If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way.
What inconsistency, counsel?
The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claim that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Alright, what are we trusting here then?
Objection!
We taking testimony or evidence? The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance.
Yes, their testimony remains unchanged.
Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth.
Huh.
If somebody else sitting beside it was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night. A third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands. Both of them!
Objection!
And who was this third party?
I don't know! Obviously, the true culprit!
Extraordinary!
Beppo should just be dead on the ground. He just dies in the middle of
Order.
He turns into an ice cube.
Yeah.
What are you postulating?
You just toss him into one of the judge scales.
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that. Nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces.
Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though.
Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. As a hat maker myself, hatters do tend to notice such things, sir.
Yep.
And what peculiar styles of hat do the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First?
What particular styles? Oh, I don't know.
I don't fucking know.
I'm afraid I don't remember.
That means they were unextraordinary, unlike Mr. McGilded over here, whose hat is 8 feet tall and purple.
It's true.
And you call yourself a hatter?
The style of hat makes no difference.
Yes, it does!
There was no third passenger in that cabin.
How can you be sure?
Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact.
You depose the fact.
He was asleep.
Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation.
He was asleep, yeah.
That the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled.
He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it.
Order. There is clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds?
I don't want him.
As suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police.
But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely?
Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out that the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion?
My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not?
Demand his
need it.
testimony.
Might as well demand it. Yeah, but we got nothing else. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand.
In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury.
They're all just asleep. Yes, I need a little time to consider this.
If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say.
Get the man out here, I say.
Would it be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony? Yeah. Yeah! I hate all of you. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard.
Very well. The court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, whack their peepees.
Now I'm pee-pee.
Now, maybe what actually happened that night finally become clear. Yeah, to be continued. I think we're gonna stop here.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I think this
yeah,
game,
yeah.
we kind of hit like a good stopping point. Sometime after 4 hours, we gotta stop.
Yeah, no, and
So
this
I think this is
100%,
the best.
yeah.
Even if we're one, testimony away from a TBA.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
No,
Like,
we're
it was like,
stopping
they better
here.
hit us with the to be continued, or we're stopping.
Yeah. Okay. Trial part 2, the old bit.
Yeah,
Okay.
'cause his testimony could take like
30
30
minutes,
minutes
to an hour.
or an hour.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. And we'll probably take a break tomorrow to recover because my throat's been killing me. And we'll be back Thursday, Friday as we usually do. So we'll see you guys then. Later.
Later.